Didn't have enough juice with that roll. God damn.
Pretender.
龙年快乐！
An aggressive had
Take care of each other, I think.
Once you discover the Mazda CX-5...
Ginger protects us.
Nobody's shooting the Torb turret, dude. Somebody shoot the turret, please.
Does anyone care about moving the payload?
Holy moly. Did whatever you want in that game. I don't think a DPS shot turret once that game. I had to roll over to it every single time because it just did massive amounts of damage and nobody cared.
Why seek answers when we do know the question? Over here! Over here! People actuating the barrier!
Wireless can be confusing, or they can be visible.
Unwanted wires!
Or transparent. Visible is for you. With the Visible plan, get unlimited data on Verizon's 5G network for just $25 a month plus. No added taxes, no hidden fees, no nonsense. Oh, really? Didn't think wireless would be this visible? You know, switch to visible.com. Terms apply. See visible.com for network management details.
I believe that one would call
El
this
propósito no llega a ti, tienes que ir a buscarlo. Ya sea en medio del bosque o en lo alto de una montaña.
Greetings.
barrier initialized! A threat emerges! My barrier! Enemy vector calculated! A threat emerges! Step right. Over there, to the slab. The barrier appeared. Bitte die Versen singt für mich! Enemy An enemy appeared. Die Versen singt für mich! A threat emerges. Barrier unsuccessful. Enemy vector calculated. I'm overloaded. Actuating the barrier. Assistance requested.
Oh, shot. Oh, that's funny. I can fly now.
Godspeed.
Let's give them their medicine.
Brock.
What awaits us beyond this plane?
You're the one.
Not to be academic, but I believe that one would call this being on fire. A threat emerges. The barrier cannot withstand much more. Barrier has been overwhelmed. Payload is moving. Desired result needs to reveal itself. A threat emerges.
I am fully focused.
The experiment nears its conclusion.
GG. Kind of backfill that was, but I think Sigma having a fly ability is just busted. He's already like super good for any sort of poke comp. Now he can actually move too.
I've never been more ready for adventure.
killing Zarya. Genji. Very well. Genji no deflect. A1. Echo low. Three in that room. And you know deflect. Can you low? Can you one? Cass was with me for a second. But and Calf. Kiriko TP to him. What? Why am I lagging right now? What the hell was that? Just lost a lot of frames. Played. No problem. Every time I dove healers, there's Zarya just turned for me. So.
Can I count on you to watch my back?
Hotels.com knows that planning your book club.
You are like a brother to me.
You've told me about your family. Not sure that's a compliment.
Hey,
3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture.
Tank. She's one. Echo low. Running out of shield. No deflect. Genji low.
Nano is ready to deploy.
They're going this way.
Clearing the area.
Score 1-1.
I was snapping. Did anyone read the mission brief?
A mother's work is never done.
ไงสหาย
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Zarya, Genji, Echo. Echo no stickies. Or no fade.
Over there.
Targeting hostile.
Any low?
Backup would be wonderful.
They no cleanse. Lay it on point. Genji one. More. Half.
Привет.
Team kill.
Trying to touch here.
Defeat.
You are un.
Play of the game.
We ran Weaver Anna the entire game. Entire game Weaver Anna. So would have loved to have a short range healer. Hell, any sort of help up front would have been great against Zarya.
The eye will not fail. The hand will not flinch.
Weaver again. Great.
Moira by your side. Are you skeptical? They're missing.
Okay. Halo. Junkrat, right side, staircase. Which I have. What was that? Alright, back up, back up. We're just staggering. Too low. You no tank, back up. Thanks, Wald. Venture half. Venture half behind still. What is Life Weaver doing? Up tree. Why not? Is you guys saving tree for like the some special invitation or something? They have. Andrew. Dude with his pedals, they're always in the way. Tank low. He would have another tree by now if he had used it already.
That's the sound of your engine building up harmful deposits. And unfortunately, that starts
Excavation initiation! Fire at will!
life protects
This tree.
Restores pistons to factory clean. Are needed.
We were made to have strong opinions about sand.
Over here.
We were made to help you and your friends find.
Now it's going to get interesting.
My ultimate is ready to be unleashed.
I see a hostile. I am under attack.
Calm someone, your enemy turret down.
Here go half, left side.
Shoddy workmanship.
You have my thanks.
Make your maker proud. They're hurting my turret. Fixing you right up. Show them what you've got.
Enemy turret ahead. It's over there.
Fire at will!
Into the iris.
Life protects
Enemy
life.
turret destroyed.
I see a hostile.
They're going to love this. Enemy spotted.
Enemy turret down.
Full lessons. Instantly died.
Make your maker proud. Enemy turret ahead. Piece of
Score
scrap.
0-3. Switching sides.
16 and 6 Spencer.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
In my world, there are no secrets.
I still have much to learn.
Right now, shit, I'll take that over Weaver any day of the week.
And I'm back. 400 push-ups
Catch you
before
later.
every mission. It works. I promise.
Got one shot, take my chance.
Weaver's a trash character, that's why. If he doesn't get value out of his pull, then he's literally useless. Probably one of the worst designed characters in the game. May hacked. It took a 1v1. Solid. Why did our Moira take a 1v1 with the Mei? Over in the corner. Just tossing the game. And hack tank here. Tank hacked. They have no cleanse. Very well. Kiriko low. Kiriko one. MVP. Setting up now. Ready to push. EMP in 3, 2, 1. We're down one. I'm gonna hold it. Fuck it. That's a good grab. Okay, we'll use it now, I guess. May. Fair hacked. They bubbled her off. Our Pharah can't hit anything. We have no hit skin for the Pharah. I have. What is this Farah doing? Alright, I'm swapping. We're just not gonna win if I stay Sombra. Just can't.
Start your year off with some good from Kind Snacks. Good looking, good feeling. Good eating, good tasting. Good everything. Because with Kind Snacks, you don't have to compromise between what... I'm on fire. Not try me.
Moving the payload. Let's go.
Your end is within my... Огонь по готовности!
Staircase low.
不洗澡。
Upgrade.
They'll regret that. I've got you in my sights.
And
Much better.
wow. Okay.
Огонь по готовности! Kill the Mahal!
If
I
I'm
think once you use grab, can you swap to Ryan? I just don't think we're gonna be able to win here. I know you're not the problem, but I think the counter might help.
Enemy located.
60 seconds.
You could use the shield.
they can't get away with this.
Our Bastion can deal with their Bastion. As long as we have the cover for the Zarya. That's what I'm saying. Or low. Bastion 1.
Never leave a team.
Or half. Half. This game.
10 seconds.
Holy dude. Yeah. Our other DPS struggled a lot.
Play of the game.
But they also just played better all the way around. Lucio Anna? Okay.
Lizards in dirt, far as the eye can see.
No suck. Cleanse. Hello. Kirilo. Flashback, right?
No long.
Big one no suck. Pick up the tank, no cleanse. Lucio, speed us out.
Hello, begin again. My ultimate is almost ready.
No rock. Mouse needs help. Jericho right side staircase. No rock. I got him. Cleanse. Back up, back up, back up. Thank you. Good boot. Trojan low, right side. Just two over there. Right behind. Yeah. Trojan half. Taking on the high ground.
or road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So if you want to save money, check Allstate first at 888 Allstate or Allstate.com.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Jericho TP to him.
El propósito no llega a ti. Tienes que ir a buscarlo. Ya sea en medio del bosque o en lo alto de una montaña. Podría estar en una sala de reuniones, un hangar de avionaves o un lugar confidencial. Podría estar mucho más cerca de lo que te imaginas.
Wall me.
Explora más de 500 carreras y alcanza tu próximo nivel en carrerascivilesarmy.com.
I can't see any of you.
Wireless can be confusing,
Stay back.
or it can be visible. Simple, transparent, for you.
Oh well. Good boop, Lucio.
This ends now.
Switch to Visible.com. Terms apply. See Visible.com for management details. Cybernetics.
Our safety needed.
30 seconds.
Dojin low. No. One, she's one.
Otro trabajo aburrido.
My brother wasted too much of his life to kill you. Really? Like you, I was a museum of species.
Capture objective A.
Good. Torb. Take one. Trying to help you, Samba. Hello. GG.
Welcome. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
I've never been in love, but it's not a bad thing. I can play all these chords, but I never know what to sing. I heard that you like the way I say your name, but don't believe everything. Sometimes there's no glass in the way, so frame. I'm gasoline in your lit flame. Said I'm gasoline in your lit flame.
Stay inside. It'll keep you safe.
Can't really complain if I'm the one to blame.
Lucio.
At least this song can lead to massive claim.
Attackers incoming.
I heard that you like the way I say your name, but don't believe everything. Sometimes
High ground. Just a low. Spear. Junk right side. left side. Lucio on our back. Lucio half, purple. There's ult. To your right side. Legend half. What Lucio doing?
Mazda?
Once you discover.
From imperfection, we build a new world.
Anybody got a toothpick? Got one of them manders on stuck between the molars.
A peaceful reality is within our reach.
I wish I could believe that.
I'm here to support you, but you have to put in the work.
Over here.
Orb turret right here.
Enemy turret ahead.
Escort.
Our work begins. Enemy turret destroyed.
I'm gonna TP high ground.
Teleporter taking shape.
See low.
Be careful.
Alright, play up, dude. What are you doing?
With each failure comes new perspective.
Enemy slept here.
Enemy turret on the left.
Manifested. Sentry inhibitor.
Tank.
condition is improved. Rasta Kulgaya, the payload cannot progress like this.
Enemy!
My turret was demolished. Over there.
What's Tank doing?
My gift to you. Eyes on a target. Behold my creation. Enemy ahead.
Yo, Lucian card.
Push him, we got numbers, push him.
Moving the payload! Let's go!
What is going on? Why can't we win this? We're getting the early pick on them every time, and we're not turning the fight. I don't understand what's going on.
The payload has stopped. Teleporter taking shape.
Let's help Tank.
Bro, can I get some fucking heals?
Yeah, that would be nice. 16,000 heals on Lifeweaver. All that dude's doing in the back. He's healing.
Chance to act on my observations.
I don't understand how we weren't not able to win this. I just don't quite understand. Core packed. Like just zero upfront pressure, I guess. That's wild. Get me out of this lobby. Holy shit.
Play of the game.
I'm overloading!
That should have been an easy win. Instead, it was a loss. Like, I just don't understand how bad my team is. I went sim, and we get an early pick twice. Twice we get the early pick. The first team fight, I killed a Lucio on the high ground. Somehow, my tank sits and holds the corner and doesn't push up with me, so I die, and they turn the fight. Next time I respawn, we come back, we get a pick on the Lifeweaver. Still don't convert the team fight. I don't understand how. We go up one, and then all of a sudden we just miss every single shot we shoot for the next 45 seconds, and then they come back. I don't get it. What I do understand was the entire team was booty cheeks. I think my Junkrat was tossing at the end there or something, because he held tire for like a minute. I'm pretty sure he ended the game without using it.
Why seek answers when you do know the question? If you know what you're looking for, inquiry is unnecessary. But if you don't know, how do you inquire?
You gonna pick or?
Sorry, it's defending AK defend. I'm not wearing my choice of that.
Hanzo back right. Soldier high ground.
Oh man, that dude got tilted because the wall.
You might find purpose in a forest,
Okay.
on a mountain, in an aircraft hangar, or at a secure, undisclosed location, or just beyond where you are right now. With over 500 Army civilian careers to choose from, find your
NLO.
next level at
NLO.
ArmyCivilianCareers.com.
Barrier cannot withstand much more. A threat emerges.
Doom. He's on the mega.
A threat emerges.
And a half. How does that not pick up the Ana? Right side.
Oh, you picked wrong.
On my way.
Thank you.
Let's use ults. Doom ult.
Back from the brink.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Scan at least to deal with their Hanzo. He's just him and the soldier just sitting from distance. And there's no threat to them. Soldier half.
I'm from top. Going for him.
Half up there.
Enemy vector calculate.
Up top.
The barrier cannot withstand much. An enemy
Half.
appears.
Where's the Doom?
The barrier appears.
Where's their left side? He's half.
Enemy vector calculate.
Can't help you in that room.
The thing's bad. I think I don't need help. I mean, but well, yeah. Thank you anyway. That dump is so dumb, to be honest.
Okay.
Not really, or well, I'm making fun of him. So
Actuating
Picked up 3.
A threat emerges. Enemy vector calculated.
Thanks. 60 seconds remaining. Dodge this.
The barrier appears. An enemy appears.
Stop that payload.
A threat emerges. The experiment. Patience. Patience. Through me.
10 seconds remaining.
Keep up the defense.
Actuating the barrier.
Round 1. Complete.
Let's give them their medicine.
Score 0-1. Switching sides.
What is that? What are you asking?
I seek answers when
The best laid plans have backup plans.
We must all find a cause worth fighting for.
these phenomena bear further investigation. Hello.
No fade. Tank half. Gotta get out.
Supposed to get my orb.
Tank low.
They were frozen. Almost.
Tried shooting them.
Not from me. Actually, don't forget that we have some other ways.
I think we
No. No, just come on, wait.
Picked up 2 in that. Multiple ults here. Alright, regroup. I'm getting off this thing. This is not working here. We only have nano for this. I don't know why we would initiate with nano, but okay. Turn for Moira. Moira dead. Where's the visor? Ping the visor. Yeah, thank you for the Moira swap. Soldier high ground. Rotating high ground. Yep. Rotate. Juno 1. Juno still 1. Need to kill the Annihilation. He's just gonna kill everybody. Get out, Mercy. Can you go touch? Oh, did we lose that? That's wild. That's wild. We get first pick twice there, and we don't convert it because we're all just doing our own thing, playing our own game. All we had to do is group up. Help me play with the tank. Holy shit. This guy actually wasn't the problem. But like, I'm so sick of mercies, dude. Looks like they got 3 minutes left before the next NA match is going to start. So we'll watch that from like, what is it, 5:30 to 6:30 maybe? Then we'll get back to comp games. They must be just filling time right now. Yeah, another minute and a half.
Turns out Genji Blade can just take out tiny Hanzos 10 at a time. Who would have thought? Don't think we would have had to put that to the test, actually. In hindsight, that all seems very obvious. But welcome back, everyone. We did it. Some fantastic matches we had earlier on in EMEA. So let's see if NA can follow suit. Here is our schedule. We have 2 matches coming our way, starting with one of the very top teams of the leaderboard, of course. That is Timeless. That will be going up against Avidity. So there is definitely potential for a closer match there. The second one, perhaps not the closest series, but it could warm up for Nightmare heading into the later stages of this very last week, as they do have an important match coming up against Team Liquid on Sunday. Welcome back, everyone. I now have the utmost pleasure of bringing in our casters for this one. It's everyone's favorite hybrid / shapeshifter Matt and his colorful flamboyant distraction Mitch. Yes, we'll be joining
am I a shapeshifter now?
Because Matt has been sending me reels about people thinking that there are shapeshifters.
I sent her a reel about somebody who actually thought they fought a werewolf, which clearly she definitely had not.
But she couldn't quite remember it, but she could.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's like basically, so she transforms into a wolf at night and then loses.
No, she fought someone who is for sure
Oh, bro, she
Yeah.
fought a werewolf?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, but in human form, so she actually just fought another.
I just fought a person. Matt,
He just fought
honestly,
a
like
person.
I would use you being a lycanthrope as an excuse to throw down with you.
I think Matt will make a good Lycan.
Like when the police turn up and wonder why I've got him in a headlock, I'll be like, he's a werewolf, bro. I'm sure of it.
I'm what were those books? Those,
We live in America, it might work.
Animorph. I'm an animorph,
Yes,
right? We're in those.
Oh my,
it's like-
those are bangers. I read them all.
Wow.
Might still have one
Tobias-
that I never
Tobias the goat?
returned to the library. You never know.
Yeah.
But here are the standings for NA. So we're seeing where we're currently standing in our last week of round robin. And men, I'm telling you, it is tight up here. 4-1 across the board from first to fourth. Of course, map differential is going to come into play here as well. And I think even if Avidity is dropping their matches, they can't be overtaken by Rad Esports. Not that it actually matters, because 5th and 6th will both be the ones to be picked by the first seeding. So
Yeah.
there's that.
Rad will lock their playoff spot
Yeah.
in 6th with a win today. So
There you go.
you know, fair enough. However, I think they're still going to be minimum 6th place at the moment because they have their head-to-head over Shikigami, which is going to keep them clear of that. So they're kind
We
of
do
chilling.
have Amplify coming up tomorrow.
Yes.
Rather
Yes, I think that would
this is a win.
still keep them safe. Not 100% sure, but yeah, they're kind of be chilling. Obviously, Nightmare can get second here. Obviously, they can rock it up, and obviously, Timeless and Nightmare do need to win these games to keep the map pick advantage over their opponents. Obviously, this weekend there are some crazy NA games, so you really want to stay as high up in ranking as you can to get that map pick.
Yeah, I mean, we see here how like being the 5th and 6th seed like impacts things, right? Starting in the losers. I'm really looking at Timeless coming into this week, right? Number 1 right now, best in terms of map differential amongst those teams that sit at 4-1. They have an opportunity, really, off the back of that first game against Team Liquid at 3-0, to get the number 1 seed, which would be really impactful, right? So I want to see if they can close it out.
Starting in losers is pretty rough. Like sometimes we've had play-in rounds at the start where like you would have to play against like the lower of the top teams in a prior round, and so like, the number 1 and 2 get a bye. That's brutal though. Starting the lower bracket, so you don't get 2 chances like everybody else. That's an interesting twist on the double elim sort of 6-team format. I'm curious to see how it plays out.
Yeah, so any opportunity they can get to get ahead of the rest of that 4-1 bubble, that's one to take. Today, Timeless has to face off against Avidity. Let's talk about the two teams here. Timeless, we've seen different looks from them, right? We've seen them on Orisa, Diva, Ball, pretty much anything they can grab just last week. What do we expect here today? Do we expect any change-ups, perhaps, based on perks?
I don't think so. I think Perks has obviously been a great addition, but it's also made the heroes that we had that were pretty strong, like even stronger, right? Yeah. To where I think you're going to see like more of the same stuff. Right, Sojourn's extremely good with the perk system. Same with Tracer, right? Some options there. Genji seems to not have like the best of perks, but still just really effective hero in general.
Again, yeah. Being able to be more sticky as Genji is a big difference maker. Like getting some health back during Dragon Blade, and also like the deflect perk is also quite effective. So, it's so interesting. It just feels like it's preserved the meta mostly, but maybe presented some other options in niche cases.
Honestly, the most impactful perks seem to be like the support ones, right? Like
busted
Karika. Yeah, I mean they all have like pretty crazy perk packages across the board. So I just think those probably where you see like some of the biggest changes there in the tanks.
Yeah, let's talk about Avidity as well as we're heading into this first match of the NA portion of the day. Also, Mitch, love your support for Avidity with your shirt here. You're just matching the...
I'm trying to manifest it. I definitely thought about that today when I reached into the very
100%.
big closet. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, but Avidity, I mean, they weren't able to punch up to other teams in the region, namely...
They can punch down, though.
But they can punch down, and they do so really, really well. Timeless, unfortunately, that's an upward punch. Let's see how that one lands, as you guys are taking us through our map set and the hero bands.
Yeah, thank you.
They're good on the hammer fists when the other team's on the ground, right? The uppercuts is where they're struggling right now.
Exactly. It's an issue reaching the top cabinet, Matt. Not something I'm sure you're quite familiar with here. But the ball band for Samoa, I think, makes a lot of sense. Even if you are going to roll into Volcano, I just think Wrecking Ball is very powerful right now. The amount of air control that he can get when he's pile driving with that hang time perk, plus the pack rat giving him 100 extra health from packs, means that he's even more self-sufficient than ever before. So Very powerful, especially in Riker's hands, kind of just doing everything he did better. And I would say the Lucio ban is a curious one. We've been, in the past, been seeing it on the Flashpoint maps, but that extra boop distance is really messed up.
Yeah, I mean,
teams do not want to deal with that.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy in terms of,
Drop
like,
a
you see the
Weaver.
percentages, right, when perks come out. And
I
you're
hate
like,
seeing
I know,
Weaver in
20,
pro play.
30% here or there for different heroes. Like, that doesn't seem like a lot. And then once you get into game and start using it, it is significant across the board. So, as we get into this one, obviously no Lucio, no Ball in the mix. Timeless, they'll be running a Ramatra-based setup. I imagine we'll see Rocket go to Tracer. Yeah, so very different comps between these teams. Really, the only thing that's consistent is the Ana.
The Illari pick is super interesting here for Nenwai. Obviously, really, you know, like everybody, quite powerful with the addition of those perks, and you know, being able to have more of that right-click healing now than in the past was pretty effective, as that's where you want to sort of go. Turret here for NVM already removed, and Rocket is obviously going to be on the hunt here. So Rocket and Chopper, no huge changes. Timeless, you know, with a composition that's pretty reminiscent of what we've seen in the past. I do hope to see Squid try and take Juno and break some ankles with the, you know, the critical perk that you can get, but we'll temper our expectations for the time being now, as Timers here really just want to try and encircle around Twalls' position and give the Steven nowhere to fall back to.
Yeah, they've just pushed Wub Rocket specifically into a really tough spot. You see, just kind of playing in that side building. It's going to break line of sight of the rest of the team for Timeless. And Chopper takes on Ninwai, right? And that's going to be the Illari turret over here that's trying to keep Twalls up, and he's backing out towards it. But this is just a nasty spot to be forced into.
Yeah, still though, I mean, credit to Avidity, they've not allowed for a full cap as of yet. NVM obviously a pretty key component of that, making it difficult for Timers to actually have bodies on the point here, and losing one of those earlier on. But that's now a turret taken down. NVM is actually going to get the nano boost here, though, so keep your eyes on that as Riker falls. But Avidity keep losing their backline. First was Nenwai and then Scuffed. NVM really trying to throw down now here on the point. It's going to force a recall from Rocket, but Chopper has a nano, and it's been going to work on the front line on that high ground. It's Twalls already out of the game here, and NVM eventually will be run down.
Extremely long and dragged out first fight, right? As you know, it's just 6% there for Avidity. They're gonna get a stagger here as well. So
Dios mío, bro, that's brutal.
Yeah. As Ninwai gonna not make it off the side, so you'll end up getting a large chunk of percentage on the point here for Timeless. But Nano's used right away from both sides. What I really like from Timeless is we see it a little bit from Riker is he'll be on the low ground. He'll actually use the Ramatra shield up on the high ground and protect Squid and allow him to just free fire down on that low ground. Hit a really big bio, a two-player bio that set up that last fight.
Okay, Scuffed obviously takes the perk, which allows your Bionade to bounce. Pretty satisfying to pick up here. Likely he's going to have more defensive application, as basically Avidity getting their faces punched in across the map at the moment, as Wub and NVM constantly at critical levels of health. And a big buy there catching on towards NVM, who is overloaded, but nice. Ruined, dominated, wrecked, brutal savage, all the rest.
Yeah, I mean, a super sick sleep there from Squid, right? You get a few shots, that bio that bounces in, like connects with them and then bounces back towards them, but not able to get any kind of benefits off the second bounce. But Avidity, after their first point control, just gonna get pushed back here by Timeless, and you'll probably play up close here if you're Timeless, right? You have that Annihilation to play. What in the world is this? I mean,
that's Cheerios Gaming, baby. Let's go.
There's no way.
Yeah, it's all about that hard health, Matt. Make sure you get them healthy rolled oats in your cereal in the morning. Love to see it. Scuffed has built that nano here.
That was absolutely wild.
Trying to contest the point now. Pulse bomb there from Rocket being deployed. Bione catching on towards Twalls, as it's easier to make those work even from low ground. And Wub's trying to wrap the point itself. NVM's been given a nano boost here, but without a blade to work with, they've still been able to find Lucamino and have eyes on Squid. Should be a comfortable cleanup here, as there's too much pressure for the others to deal with.
Yeah, you actually had Timeless Nano Riker here, and you still have Rocket in the mix. I wonder if there's a way for them to kind of get back in this fight on, actually, it's going to be Wub taking out Riker as he's trying to get back to the rest of the squad. I thought maybe you can, like, make it back here towards this choke, start to get that Ramatra healing. There was a window of opportunity, but a lot used there by Avidity to be able to flip it. So, okay, now it looks like the crosshair, back to normal, potentially.
Oh, wait, did Nenwai change it on the fly?
I don't know.
That is something special. Again, you'll notice obviously that, you know, with the switch of Nenwai off the Illari, there's no perk yet built Also, NVM does not have that first Genji perk either. It's the supports that have stuck on these picks so far that have gotten there. And of course, Rocket with extra pulse bomb range is going to be a little bit scary. Wub's down. Chopper eventually finds connection there with the railgun headshot. This is bad news for Avidity. Struggling, I think, to keep their longer range elements in the game, and NVM just hasn't had the penetration or impact that they have needed. Rocket is ready to throw down here. Pulse in the back line, careful. Big range on that, but a recall away.
Yeah, you haven't even had to use the Annihilation here. You're going to get up to final fight territory. It'll be Twals who will get a touch, but he's extremely low. Most likely going to lose his mech.
Squid here, still in a safe spot. You're right, mech is lost, and now that Bionade catching on. Squid just nailing these shots across the map here. And here comes the Blade. No nano here for Squid to give one to himself or anybody else for that matter, so Avidity will stay in the game after a pretty big Blade.
Yeah, it was a Kitsune Rush there used as well, right? So, Timeless, there's not really a great window to use that Annihilation. It seems like maybe you could use it after like Twals gets demech, but he's actually still not in mech, right? So, we'll see if you can get a fight here before that D.Va can get a mech back. That would be quite huge, and that'll be Timeless actually with a Kitsune Rush plus Annihilation. That could be pretty devastating. I don't know how Avidity's gonna like hold control of the point and deal with this.
Interesting, like Luke Mino's perk selection here. Not what I would have expected to see. Obviously the protection Suzu giving movement speed, but also the healing from kunai hits being picked up here for Luke Mino. Like to see that. Okay, here's that Strike Nano for Squid and Riker respectively. That obviously is going to support an Annihilation onto the point. But here with the Bionade is Riker. Luke Mino's been lost in the back line now. Riker knows he needs to find some value. Suzu going to be thrown in Scuff's direction, and Wyber's able to stave off the tank. Hello, Avidity in the game in a big way.
How is Timeless losing this?
On the old gas tank. Wub low just going to take some shelter, and that's an Avidity first round take.
Yeah, Riker not really able to find much of
can't believe
there
it.
With the Nano Boost and the Annihilation. They did a nice
The
job
Nano,
putting pressure on a
the
Squid.
Annihilation,
Once he ends up getting that, like,
and the Kitsune
self-nano, right,
Rush.
from that perk, they kind of back off him for a little bit. Ana just becomes extremely difficult to dive in those types of situations. And Riker's not able to run down anybody in the backline of Avidity. So Avidity gets a first point win.
He stole that
Really
round
nice
for
comeback.
sure.
Yeah, I mean, pretty impressive considering that it felt like Timeless for most of the round were in control. Things really started to peter off for them though, as Wub was able to link a couple team fights together, especially just getting given a nano. Pretty straightforward stuff. Then why having switched over towards the Kiriko outside of the pretty, ambitious Liari pick, was able to have big impact too.
Yes, so you're going to get a Torb Venture setup here for Avidity, being able to kind of follow up this Ramatra. And both teams changing the backline here as well, right? So you're going to be running the Juno with the Brig, a little bit more of a close quarter map, as that's a lot of damage down onto NVM at the start.
That is a lot of heal pressure for a team that features a Brig here, Matt. I think Avidity just buckle under just the alpha damage, the front-loaded burst that Timeless are able to apply to them.
Yeah, Malga is very difficult to deal with. I mean, he has some really interesting kind of like perk options in general, right? And especially against the Ramatra, being able to kind of just get past that shield and being able to kind of put down some of that damage. It allows and gives space for Chopper to obviously land some big railgun shot that kind of kicked off that previous fight.
Okay, and then White still can't really peek their head out now. I think the Brig is definitely going to get punished by this range element of Timeless's comp, which is mostly just Chopper. That's enough to fear in and of itself. Twals outside of Nemesis form now, which means that Riker can head in that direction once more. Dangerous game to play up against the Torb at that range, but Chopper's AD strafing gets him out of the Rivet Guns range. And there we go, Timeless starting to turn up the heat a little bit.
Yeah, but Avidity, they were, you know what, they got like 6% in the previous point, and then they end up kind of falling behind the entire time, right? But, you know, come out and take it in the end. This is Timeless getting off to a good start, but I would not count Avidity out just yet, right? As Wub's going to switch over to the Sojourn, I think going to give a little bit more of a response here, right? Where Riker's able to get in there with the Ramatra, and they didn't really have anything to burst him down. The Malga able to burst him down, yeah. So we'll see now with the railgun shots if they're able to do that.
Here we go again. Nemesis form used. Is Twals trying to ignore Riker entirely. Wub does get around, so the switch over towards the Sojourn has already yielded some result. The Orbital Ray might have had a part to play in that as well. Oh. This is extremely ambitious behavior from Squid. Orbital Ray coming out for Timeless. They're down to 3 players. What can you expect to make happen here? That is throwing good money after bad.
Well, so it does look obviously pretty bad in hindsight, right?
But you're stretching the point.
Yeah, you're stretching the point, and you ended up having them burn their rally, right? So they ended up using Orbital Rate and Rally. You're gonna get, you know, probably an extra 15% on the point there, right? So you trade your Orbital Ray for both support ults on the other side, and you're going to come back with your beat. Not entirely the worst situation,
How does that look
right?
though if you don't get a rally out of Avidity?
Oh, I think it looks way worse if you don't get the rally out, right? Then you're coming back into a fight with even support ults, right? Even kind of across the board, pretty much.
Feels a bit more reasonable now, especially like you mentioned. There's a rally here for Luke Mino to deploy. NVM has been in the thick of things in this game for sure. Tries to go for the tech shock here. It's a bit dangerous. Squid picks him off with a torpedo though. It's a 1-for-1. Twirls now pops that Annihilation, but the cage fight will limit his effectiveness somewhat. You see Luke Mino really trying to play from the fringes of that ability. And yeah, all the damage that the Ramattra can pull out, it's not going to be enough. Rocket now just going to unload, and Timeless back in the driver's seat.
Even though they're stuck inside the cage fight with the Annihilation of Twirls, he's just taking so much damage and there's not enough support there that he's basically just in power block form the entire time as a Ramattra. And it's going to be Chopper using the overclock here, pushing up to the spawn. It's just taking a large chunk out of the Ramattra already.
Yeah, Chopper, of course, dishing it out. A lot of ammunition, of course, to work with an extra perk. NVM trying to go in here. Vortex throwing at long range, and Chopper does get caught out. Twirl's able to connect. Wub now wants to try and wrap around here and make short work of Timeless. And these are good hits coming off these charged rails, of course. Getting up to 150 charge means that even without headshots, you can blow people out of the game.
I'm even a bit shocked that Avidity made it back. I mean, they push up Timeless to the spawn door. Chopper's putting down some significant damage. It was NVM on the Venture. They were able to get there and touch the point, keep it going, right? Get a burrow, just come up, and then now the rest of Avidity, because you never ended up getting that kill until the Ramattra, can come back in and flood on in. And then Mitch, look at this. Avidity's going to have both support ults to work with here. So a lot like on our first point, right, where Timeless was in control for most of it, and then Avidity came back. They're set up here to potentially do the same.
I mean, this is a potential trap game for your Timeless team. They've got to watch themselves. Good Orbital Ray, though. A very good one. Not much Avidity could have done about that, and they layer their support ultimates. They just don't go where they're needed, frankly. Timeless now in control. We are in overtime, of course. It looks like we're going to have more Samoa to play here. That's what I'm hoping for. Not a whole lot, of course. We'll be taken down after a brief stall. The cage fight will seal the deal. And all right, we're headed to downtown.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any kind of comp changes that go into downtown. But Avidity's still putting up a really good fight. They kind of have to layer both support ults there, right? It's like Orbital Rays being exchanged. It's a big Mauga stomp that kicks things off. So in response, they try and go with a rally to keep the rest of the team up. Just does not pan out in the end. So for Timeless, potentially hovering up like a Doomfist here. And on the other side, I mean, maybe a Reinhardt. I mean, this would be a very interesting comp. I don't think we've seen much of Rein at all. Yeah, I was going to say, in North America, I'd also say if you're just kind of like looking at the perk system in general, right? Ramattra, it's been a pick here for Avidity the entire time. So you're at, you know, level 3 already. And then also I think Ramattra has like better perks than Rein just generally, right? So you'll see them stay on the Ramattra. They'll actually have the Genji in the mix here, but Riker's going to play Doom.
Okay. Again, this does give you a way to exploit the high grounds that Ramattra does not have access to. Something that Sigma more recently has gained, but you do need that major perk to make use of it. All right, here's Riker. No connection off that rocket punch, though. It's a little bit concerning. Of course, Wub is still going to be on the Sojourn, so does actually have the slide perk taken as opposed to the adhesive siphoning, obviously, which is pretty troll, but this is a bit of a wider map, so having that mobility feels better against a pretty mobile comp on the other side.
Well, this is also potentially a situation, right, where if Timeless could play Ball, you would play it here, right? Because Ball's potentially a hero that could access that high ground, and then Doom, you just kind of like throw into the mix.
Well, why don't you play it?
Well, the Ball is banned here.
Oh, it's banned, excuse me.
Yeah, that's why you're not. That would be
that earlier.
Probably be somewhat illegal to potentially do. And then now they're just going to give up the high ground completely, right? So not really kind of vie for that position. Going to go back and play this Mauga. I thought they looked pretty good on the Mauga, just kind of playing that rush directly past that Ramattra shield and like brawling out. So we'll see them kind of go back to it here. The Venture does play like a huge impact in that last round though, so not going to have that same type of like dive aggressive potential with the Tracer in the mix, right? Venture seems to be a big beneficiary of the perk system.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 hearts perk there for Malco, which means obviously you count as 2 people on the objective, and you also get like some passive health regeneration for being there.
It's like 20
per
health.
second. Yeah, so it's
still a lot though.
Well, it also stacks, obviously, like with cardiac overdrive. So it does give you some more durability in general. Nice Bionate connection there, but here comes NVM, and he is looking hungry. Squid and Chopper down to the blade, and Avidity off to a absolutely brilliant start here. Again, they bring in so many of the perks from the previous game after not switching, and Timeless have not been able to get into this round.
No, this round's been an absolute drubbing here. You're going to actually lose Lucamino here before you can even kind of get him going. So this is brutal. I mean, you're going to get another like 10% here or so for Avidity. I mean, Rocket has to be extremely careful, right? You lose another player here, you're really screwed if you're Timeless.
Pulse Connection is going to be a rally in response. Not really a whole lot that could be done. Rocket now tries to back away. There's an Orbit Ray coming out from Scuff, so both support ultimates as Avidity realize they're on the precipice of taking the round. Squid's under some serious pressure. Nenwise about to finish Riker off as they tried to turn around, and Timeless have just been washed away on this map entirely. A real trap game for this Timeless roster now. They probably have to realize that after they are going to... I mean, this would be a huge risk of dropping this map. With Squid out of the picture and Lucamino... yeah, raying from the spawn side of the map, I think they're in trouble. Bob can double back here for this health pack, and of course Luke will at least be able to touch. They didn't get the better of Scuffed there, but they now lose Luke. Riker has to rely on his own healing now inside, of course, that cage fight as well. Even with the passive heals, it's just not even close to remotely enough. And that should be it. Chopper will fall at the finish line, and Avidity take the first map in this series.
And like you mentioned, this is most certainly a trap game in this scenario that, like, Timeless, they have an advantage, right, in terms of map differential over the other teams that are all 4-1. You lose maps here, you lose a series, right? I mean, that's just a brutal scenario to potentially be in if you're Timeless, right? Because Avidity's 3-2 as well, right? So they could potentially move to 4-2, right? With a win here. Timeless actually dropped to 4-2, and then all of a sudden you're looking at map differential and like what everybody has coming up, and I mean that kind of makes the next 2 days really interesting. And look, this is a Timeless team that we've talked about that we want to see kind of get over the hump, that they've like struggled in kind of moments of a lot of pressure. This would be a moment of giving into that again.
You don't want to be one of those top 4 teams falling into 5th, 6th and starting in the lower bracket of this tournament. It is such a distinct disadvantage, and you know, you can get knocked out of the tournament way earlier. Like another quality team ends up going down to those lowers, and all of a sudden you're playing this matchup again. If you're Timeless, potentially, right? In lowers, like you just don't want to think about that. That is brutal stuff. Look, I think the Ramattra comp looked really good. NVM, when they got online, I think was good, but you know, Wub switches to Sojourn here on this map, and instantly, like, it's a big impact. We're already seeing, you know, these key shots being connected, and Wub being able to, you know, get his team over the line. This railgun moment, of course, was pretty special as well. You can farm that Malga so hard during Ultimate with that perk.
Yeah, and even looking at the standings, right, the advantage for Timeless obviously is that they're sitting with the +10 map differential, right? It's a huge advantage over the other teams as we take a look at the scoreboard here, where I know outside of like there were like a few, maybe like 3 fights that really kind of Timeless won. It's actually kind of pretty stacked in favor of Avidity. The downside for Timeless, right, is you have a really tough match here, obviously, against Avidity being down 0-1. You also play SSG. It's not like your second match of the week is like easy as well. Now Avidity also plays Team Liquid, right? Who probably will take care of business there, you'd assume. But still, falling into that like 5-6 or even near that range is brutal.
But the Wrecking Ball has now been released into the wild, which is a pick that we saw Timeless rely on pretty extensively, I think, over the course of the series. And Lucio is available to be played now as well. Obviously, one of the supports that benefited greatly, I think, from the changes to perks. We've seen just how good Amp It Up now looks with that increased range. And, you know, you don't quite realize how much of an increase 15% is on the boop until it gets applied to you. And I mean, like, wow.
Yeah, we talked about that in the pregame, and then also you're like looking at some of the numbers, right? 150%. We talked about like Maga, like the 20 health on the point. These adjustments, when you look at it, it's like, oh, that's like, you know, not crazy. But then once you start playing with it, I mean, you can definitely see the impact. No, the Soundwave knockback is just really good all the time. I mean, Groovin is like, I think that's like kind of like quick play situational for funsies, but like the, you know, knockback is extremely good.
Yes, I mean, you could make a case for Accelerando as the major perk that you take on Lucio, because it drastically increases your ult charge speed, right? So in theory, obviously you do need to hit these shots, and they need to be not just shielded off there. But if you've tried playing it, the muscle memory,
it feels really
like
bizarre.
when you need to like, you know, and even honestly, like the Groovin one, when you're riding on the wall, like normally you remember when you should be reloading on Lucio, like how many like salvos and shots you can fire. That's obviously changing because you're regenerating. You can essentially fire you know, much more. So anyway, fun fact, that's going to be back in the game now. We've seen Ana be very strong, and Sombra is actually getting a look here. That says to me, we are playing Wrecking Ball, and we're going to make sure we use it to pummel you.
Yeah, that's a clear sign that we're going to see Wrecking Ball here on Suravasa. The Sombra is probably, you know, if not the most effective hero against Wrecking Ball in terms of just being able to kind of like hack, just be a nuisance. And then Avidity will get rid of Ana here. So Ana's played with the ball at a distance, and maybe this kind of impacts some of the healing that potentially could go towards that Wrecking Ball. But I think the Sombra is a great ban, though, for Timeless. If you're going to play the ball, it makes a ton of sense.
Yep, 100%. Couple moments away from jumping into Suravasa here, and if you just joined us, you'd be surprised, I think, seeing this scoreline, because as good as Avidity have been against the bottom 3 teams of this league, we talked about this coming into the game, and the analogy of punching up was floated, and we have seen that already. Avidity also taking that literally with a lot of these Ramatra comps that have really given them great success over the last couple of maps.
I mean, I would also say for Avidity, like, this is a team that sometimes you would say in like playoff scenarios, right? In the past, we've had some teams that you would just kind of like run over, right? Like, okay, it's a first round matchup, but like, you know, is it really going to be that close? Are you that worried, right? Avidity is a team though that has like talented players that can take, you know, games off of like the top teams and like give them a run for their money, right? So it's not a team by any stretch that is just going to kind of like roll over against some of these top teams, especially once we get to playoff time.
All right, let's have a look at some of these comps here. Timeless, as expected, already sort of hovering that ball. Avidity definitely seem to be at their best with this Ramatra setup. But the D.Va look for 12s in the past has also been quite reasonable. So this team's definitely got what it takes. Can we just talk about the Mei perk, by the way, Matt? I think that's extremely messed up.
Yeah, I mean, the cryo freeze that just kind of slows and does like 70 damage per second, right? For
that's why I need to play this
enemies. That's pretty nuts.
Because her ability
is
broken right now.
We'll have to see how it plays out. But the major perk for Mei, you know, the other one, right? You know, not the ice block one, is that the secondary fire actually slows enemies by 15% for, I think it's like 1.5. And that stacks up to 2 times. So you can get like a 30% movement slow for, you know, 1.5 seconds. Could be pretty effective against ball, right? You know, the right clicks onto the ball, and then also, you know, you're just kind of like minor perk, right? Is the primary fire extended range too? So potentially it's something along those lines.
Honestly, Matt, like even against non-ball heroes, you can slow people so they're much easier to hit with like subsequent, you know, of those secondary shots. So I think that's very powerful. Their Mei is sneaky, terrifying with some of these perks. Either way, though, the Wrecking Ball doing its job, and Chopper is the one that's benefiting here as Scuff gets knocked up straight into a rail shot, and Twirls won't last under this level of attention much longer either. Love this from Wub. Love that energy. Squid gets taken down, but Avidity will have to cede control eventually.
They do get 45% though, so a significant percentage here gotten by Avidity off the rip. It looks like you're going to move away from, okay, so you're going to move away from the Mei and the Ramatra. You're actually going to go to a D.Va here, D.Va with Genji. So we'll see how these kind of swaps end up panning out. As yeah, I mean, the ball just gets in just constantly just being a nuisance, right? I mean, that's kind of, it's so difficult to slow him down as well. That's the one thing that we've seen over the last like few weeks when we've seen these Wrecking Ball comps. It's just really difficult, even with Sombra in the game, to stop the ball. Nothing seems to be a great option. It'll be sound barriers from both sides.
Yep, NY does it upstairs, so we'll be able to get that one off without being in too much danger. And okay, so the Orbital Rage gets sort of kited away from, and Rocket now chooses to go in, but that is a dirty double pile driver elimination for Riker. And of course, a minefield to follow it up. Easy as that for Timeless.
Yeah, and you drop that minefield over the point, right, when they have that orbital ray going, and you're able to just kind of contest it with that ball and be pretty safe. So this first point, although it gets off to a pretty good start for Avidity, looking like it's going to go over to Timeless, and we'll see now Avidity making some changes, Mitch, and obviously, you know, the change of the tank and then the Genji, but you end up using both your support ults there, and you don't end up taking it. Now a Kitsune Rush potentially opens things up here for Timeless. You're in a good spot to chain these together.
Rocket took Acrobatics as his minor perk, so Swift Strike actually now resets double jump, so you can pop that again, which is pretty interesting, but it does make you a little bit, you know, harder to catch when you sort of dive on him, when you actually do finally commit. A little harder to hit in general. Here's Riker, pile drive time. And good pressure, but again, follow-up is what we're looking for now, and well, here it is in spades. Chopper comes in with that railgun. Then why?
It's missing.
Able to avoid it for the most part, but okay, Chopper just unloads. That's a beautiful airborne shot. And once again, Avidity just get cleaned up. It is really hard, in fairness, for even some of the best teams to answer this Wrecking Ball style.
Ball's really strong right now. There's like no answer to it.
into the back of the point
Especially when you don't have the Sombra. Even with the Sombra, just not too much you can do. Because if Sombra just hacks ball over and over again, they kill her.
The other options, like the
They just instantly kill the Sombra.
Against the light steal.
Yeah, life steal.
I'd venture to say, I mean, the teams this level of play are just so good at focus firing, and a lot of times what you know, swing and a miss on a Genji Blade, right? You probably get more consistent value out of the other option, right? Getting the Swift Strike resets the double jumps, but this time they actually catch like rounds. This could be quite huge.
Yeah. Okay. Not really much that Timeless can do about that. No. Even with NVM going down, it was obviously Timeless, you can see where they are. Weren't really in a position to fight for it. They got themselves 55% though.
Ball's going to be right back, though. The ball's going to be back faster than the Genji. I mean, you see Riker's already here.
Tolls hasn't had the chance to take their perk yet instantly. Just waiting on that now until it's a more opportune moment. Wipe here. This is scary. Inside a Kitsune Rush, Chopper was still, so definitely benefiting from that haste increase, and it's a veritable minefield over the point here. Tough to break through that. Nice deflect, though, from NVM, but Luke Nena comes in with a boot. That will end him. Nenwai, though, dives on Rocket, cleans him up. A Timeless have the numbers here to flip this back, and the minefield is still there.
Yes, this is looking very reminiscent of our first Flashpoint, right? Where Avidity got off to a good start, and now we're rotating to another tank here.
Yeah, except Timeless dropped it
in combination
at the end, and I don't think that's going to happen again.
We've actually seen a lot of teams go away from Hazard,
that was
right?
rare.
I feel like week 1 we saw a ton of Hazard in play, but ever since we've seen Ball come into the mix, the Hazard's kind of gone out by the wayside. As Wald got to be very careful here. Suzu just keeps him alive for a little bit.
There's been speculated that a lot of the reason for that has also been
they
the
rotated,
right? Yes. That has sort of made teams feel less comfortable
At the
playing
touch.
that Hazard. And in fairness, Torb's only stronger now, like every other hero. Chopper trying to get away here. Actually takes the increase in ammo perk as opposed to the railgun charge during ultimate perk. So you can obviously spam down a little bit more, build up more of those rails if needed. I don't know who's going to challenge NVM on the point right now as Rocket is very, very low. Chopper healthy enough here to have a crack at it, but this is Timeless still with 99%. So Avidity trying to avert another point loss. And that's looking less and less likely as time goes on. The boot good. Chopper. Oh, slide? No, doesn't quite get him there. Doesn't really have the lateral movement that he needs. Another point gets flipped for Avidity, but Riker is healthy enough to keep fighting for this. And Nenwai is going absolutely hog wild in the backline, finding 2 kills. But the reinforcements are here. Luke Mino and Squid up on the point. There's a minefield in play. I'm sorry, this guy is cracked. Nenwai's popping off, bro.
Dude, that was massive. As Riker actually decides to use the minefield there and then push like straight past Twalls to go try and take out Nenwai. But Nenwai there with Scuff, they're able to pick up the Wrecking Ball and then the supports on the point for Timeless. Can't really push in, make a play, but here we go. We're right back into the mix because it's going to be Kitsune Rush here for both sides.
Yeah, Squid holding on to that. Doesn't actually have a build up quite yet. Nenwai in the thick of things now. Here comes the rush from Timeless. Goes on him, but Rocket's already too low. Riker needs healing stat. Squid under a lot of pressure here, and that jump forward from Twalls. The burst damage combined with Scuff's kunai connection gets him there. This will be Avidity looking to even things up. What a great fight back after being down 0 to 55. We've got an even Flashpoint on our hands.
A massive comeback there for Avidity. It did not really look great in the sense that, you know, Riker was able to do some really nice work with the minefields. It looked like potentially they were going to be able to flip it back, but the supports go absolutely massive there for Avidity. So we'll see now another change here as Scuff to go over to the Junos playing the Karika. We'll see now the Juno in combination with the Lucio as we come into this next fight. You're going to have that a Molten Core available here. Look for that level 3 turret as well. And then also in combination with Hazard's ult. Let's see if they can catch him, but they do catch Rocket while he's using Blade.
Sat in the corner though, couldn't do anything but deflect. No, the level 3 turret is so scary for the Genji, man. It is diabolical. He was stuck in the corner with a deflect up. That's not where you want to be. So Timeless's Blade there really just doesn't get much value. And Rocket may be considering whether that's really where he wants to be with this pick. That is brutal stuff. Also, you notice here, an Arctic Zeal picked up is a major perk for Twalls. So extra lifesteal inside Spike Guard, which really adds up with the damage reduction you already have.
I mean, the damage reduction of the lifeguard is like pretty good. The spike guard, yeah. And then obviously now with lifesteal, right? Especially when like targets come in and you're just kind of getting a lot of the damage down. It's pretty sick.
Scuff's very low.
Juke there.
Didn't quite get away.
Yeah.
Okay, Rocket still contesting here. Twalls does not want to give up the point. Riker here a little bit low, hoping for some health packs, but Nenwai is a nuisance and just seem to be everywhere. Chases on, Rocket is in danger, and Nenwai looks to try and capitalize. Can Rocket be healed up in time? I like the idea from Nenwai, but they fly a little bit too close to the sun. At least they don't get too punished for it. Still able to stall the point out for a little
This is still good
bit
stall.
longer.
Yeah. I mean, still pretty effective stall, right? You know that there's no sound barrier on the other side. You can come back with a blade potentially here that can result in a point flip, right? It would give Avidity, you kind of get close to basically just putting this flashpoint away here with a flip for Avidity would give you a really good shot of potentially closing out the map. I mean, 2-0 would be a massive lead if they can secure it. Here's going to be the blade coming in from up top. Nice Suzu keeping Chopper up for just a little bit longer. Oh, sig railgun shot.
The boot though for Luke Miner to set up. He just knocks MVM off course there, and it's an easy lineup for Chopper. Timeless get back into this point now in a big way. This is at least going to allow them to equalize a pretty successful fight in which they didn't have to make use of any of those support ultimates either. So this next fight going to be very volatile. Both sides, of course, with a lot to work with. The Orbital Ray for Avidity though might be a game changer. It's a blade for NVM, as we saw, that just doesn't pan out.
They can just run through the casino race.
They did a great job. Luke Amino, you specifically called it out. Being able to protect him with a boop. It's going to be an orbital ray here into the Kitsune Rush.
Okay. Scuffed here as well. Going for the perk that allows him to sort of crits on enemies. Blade here for Rocket now. Saw the downpour come through. Luke Mino getting caught out as a result. Another Wrecking Ball here on the point to try and stall things out. It's an Avidity-favored fight for the time being, and Riker is still healthy. That's a lot to hang your hat on. Kitsune Rush and Sound Barrier, though, both already used by Timeless, and they're going to need to now lean on something else. But Avidity are low, man, and they can't get the healing they need. Twirls tries to make a bit of space, and Nenwai somehow always seems to be on the left side of the kill feed, but it's not enough here for our team in orange. Timeless here with the numbers now. Squid with a self-Suzu to stave off the Lucio, and it'll be Timeless getting 2-1 a lead here on Tsubasa.
Comes down to the wire, though, yet again, as you'll leave scuffed up here for a little bit. And then finally take him down as Timeless, their map pick, their first ban. Still Avidity giving them a really tough game as we move on to potentially our final flash point here. The Chopper with an overclock. I mean, dude, this is another fast overclock build up here for Chopper, right? I mean,
telling you.
What? He just had one in the fight that NVM had a blade, and now he's got it already.
Yep. Sojourner's perks are subtle, but the minor one that increases your clip size to 60 lets you charge more of these. And by God, he is hitting them. Both supports dead. Chopper, man, I don't call him the Butcher for nothing. And if they don't, they should start. Dirty stuff.
They don't. They should start.
Also using this is a really interesting. I've seen like Sojourners kind of debate this, and people debate it online. Whether it's like the dual thrusters, which is like the double charge, or the siphon. He's actually going with the siphon, so that's like the disruptor shot can actually like stick to enemies. Yeah. And dude, when you connect it, one, it's a lot of damage. I mean, you see it here, hit on the wub, but you also gain a ton of railgun charge, right? In combination with like the extra, clip of the bullets. I mean, you can farm up these railguns so fast.
That air control is something else there from Riker. Minefield dropped down, though most of it just avoided by Avidity. Who's helping Riker here is the question, right? Wub goes pretty low. Sound Barrier comes out from Nenwai, though. It's Kitsune Rush here for Squid. Healing for Rocket needed desperately. Wub going to be forced on a bit more of an obtuse sightline here, but Squid just gets ruined by Twirls. That Spike Guard coming in clutch. Another Orbital Ray here for Avidity. They have the support ultimates that they need, but Timeless, of course, will enter the next fight with a barrier and a 72% lead.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty. I mean, you see Chopper just kind of flying on the point. Pretty difficult. So, is this what we're gonna see this from Squid? Potentially, little cheeky Weaver action.
Team Weaver.
Okay, no.
Get him out of here. Thank you.
It's hard.
Dude, yeah. Weaver. I was gonna say has some interesting perks, but I don't know.
Get the Weaver talk out of here. There's some bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a young Halo 2 inside of me who loves to see that, but
he drops exactly. It's like this thing. He also drops a healing scene when he dies with a minor perk. That's pretty good considering Weaver
value.
Finds himself on the wrong side of the kill.
Often
like,
always dead.
I might be dead, but here's a 250 health pack. You know what I mean? Go nuts. Oy, oy, oy. The devs know what we want. Some value at least.
Blade there from NVM, so gets them a fight win. So, see now how they deal with this though. Sound Barrier here for Lucamino.
It's Chopper's overclock. I'm terrified of. I mean, even sidelines like this. That last fight was crazy good. Twirls, obviously, you stay outside of the Spike Guard. He's getting bounced around a little bit by that jagged wall. So obviously he's giving value to this hazard. Surely Rocky can eventually cut through the guy. God, the healing regen matters in situations like that. Wipe here very low. trying to snipe in, but it's always Nenwai going absolutely ham. Such an aggressive Lucio player. I love the bloodthirsty approach to the game. However, Timeless seems to have enough plays to clean this fight up. It's just a matter of sticking to the right targets. At NVM, they've had trouble bringing him down. Now, though, cleanup crew comes through.
And unfortunately for Avidity, they have a few players who just kind of linger forever near the point, and they're not able to come back and get a touch. It's Timeless taking our second map. I also think if you caught it there towards the end, with Wub on the Sojourn, he actually goes with a double slide. So that's what I was talking about. It kind of seems to be, you know, both options pretty viable there.
Yeah, I think that like the perks for Sojourn are like slightly less powerful. It's also you get a bit more of that lateral movement, I think, which is, you know, pretty favorable sometimes. The height doesn't always allow you to. Now you can really escape those divers.
He's also playing against the ball, right? So definitely wants to be able to kind of like circumvent the ball, being able to kind of move constantly, right? Because a lot of times you think about in the past, right? You dive the Sojourn as soon as the slide comes out. It's like a Tracer or a Genji meeting the Sojourn on the spot, right? Being able to take her out. Now you kind of have that secondary dash that comes on through.
I definitely feel like, you know, Chopper has just an immense impact in some of these important fights, right? Here, I think they get knocked off the map eventually, but damage is already done. I think there's like the railgun like double kill on both supports that happens, like I think in like the next fight or even like the first fight here on the point is pretty insane. And then with the lion's share, it feels like a final blows in so many of these situations.
This play was
seem
sick.
Invigorated with what Lucio now can do.
I mean, that was like Riker who ended up dropping a minefield on the point there, and it looked like potentially that Timeless was going to be able to take that point, but I'm happy we showed that from Nenwai's POV, able to help Scopt. I mean, that was a sick play, ends up giving Avidity that flashpoint.
But I mean, I'm glad our EVS operator caught that. I mean, this is the railgun here from Chopper that really feels like it seals that fight up. And honestly, when Timers win, they do it pretty darn efficiently, as evidenced by the fact that we had a somewhat lively, fairly close game on Suravasa. But the KD, just the death total is just so drastically different between these teams.
Lots of fights. They all went one way, pretty much. Timeless puts up like almost a 5 KD there. Avidity, though, like we talked about, still kind of hangs in a lot of these maps. I'm curious where they decide to go. Potentially a map that could be, look, they can't ban the ball, right? But is there a map that's a little bit less advantageous for a ball potentially in the pool they could go to? So Hybrid is outright. Hybrid and Flashpoint kind of share. So you're looking at like Push and Escort here potentially.
I feel like we always do this, like, oh, which map is the ball bad on? And we realize, oh, it's not many of them. I mean,
Dorado? I mean, we've seen Infected ran on Dorado. We've seen that.
The ball's going to just do well on all these maps.
Okay, I mean, there are a couple of these I think where it's reasonable. A lot of like Ball's best maps are already out of the pool, but I think there's no reason to suggest that, you know, you can't make it work in some areas. Dorado, I mean, we've also seen like Hazard look pretty reasonable there. You know, I don't know if we've necessarily seen a resurgence of Winston, even though like he's got some pretty cool perks as well. Like the barrier projector healing people inside of it is fun. But
Johnny was trying to sell me on Chain Lightning. I was like, I can't do it.
Oh, really? The bouncing? I mean, it does hit 2 additional targets. I think like when I first read it, I was like, oh, the charge secondary fire only hits 2 targets, but 3 targets for that amount of damage, like it ends up
if they are clumped, you can actually, you know, actually do pretty sick damage with it. I think when you look at like the minor perks, I think like Heavy Landing you just get so much value out of, especially, you know, when you can kind of get into the primal and just kind of those like big slams coming down. And then the major perk, like Revitalizing Barrier, no, the 30 heal per second is pretty good. It's just you obviously need teammates that are going to get value of it. I think in this level, you do get teammates that'll get value of it. If you're playing comp and nobody's talking to you and you're just kind of leaping in constantly, probably not going to get a ton of value. So maybe just go Chain Lightning, have some fun, put down some damage.
Okay, sure. I mean, that Winston looks great when you're like fully committed, full dive, where you have like Lucio getting life back from a blade and you know, and Winston getting it back from the bubble. But no,
team coordination.
It's not necessarily where you need to be. 12s is getting targeted this time around, as we do see the ban of the Ramatra. Now, Torb, not really somewhere that I know Timeless is probably too worried about trying to go. They've looked, you know, good enough, mixing the Genji in alongside the Sojourn. Rocket and Chopper obviously working in concert. So, it might be to sort of, obviously you can't ban Sojourn again. So you can't ban Sombra again, pardon. So that's an option for you. I don't know if the Torb ban has massive impact necessarily here.
Not particularly.
It's just good against the Hazard comp, so you just maybe don't want to run and risk getting countered by it if you're 12s.
So we'll see potentially if like Sombra makes her way into the mix, where It is Timeless who ends up banning that Ramattra. We've seen Twells use that for a lot of the series. I know a lot of the first map, right?
Interesting they didn't
We'll
want
get
to
a
block
Hazard
off.
v Hazard set up here. Potentially, there's also like a world in which you can play some Mog here, right? We've seen Mog actually played a decent amount of Esperanza, but mirror matchups at the start.
Yep. Okay, so we are going to have those very standard looking Hazard compositions with Lucio Juno. So maybe the biggest points of difference might be some of those perk selections. We'll keep you apprised of those as we go, as we're all learning to identify those icons. But again, I think Wiper's been very good when he's been able to switch over towards the Sojourn. We saw that on Samoa, a big part I think of what allows Avidity ultimately to take that map away. Nenwai's on the Lucio. The NVM's Genji been set up really well. No nanos though for that Genji, which is might be a difference maker here, but Nenwai already gets a little too close to Riker. That's 80 damage to the face if you're in slash range.
Yeah, you just get bursted down by the Hazard. It kind of comes out of nowhere in a sense, right? Hazard's like leap is Winston's obviously gains like a ton of like vertical height, where Hazard just seems like he just
Very
gets like
straightforward.
launched off a launch pad directly at you.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean with the major perk when he?
Just in general. I mean, the major perk obviously changes things in terms of like the range, right? But even just in general, like if you're a Lucio, like sometimes you can't gauge how fast this Hazard is gonna like collapse on you.
Yes. Yeah, it is really hard to see it coming. And that's anyone, like, is a risk of that. It also can cleave. It can cleave you. When you see what it looks like from a third-person perspective, it's actually quite long range, that slash. So have your wits about you. Wipe goes down, Chopper, Ruins in here, and your timers are working this comp. Basically, it's a perfection map. And then winning a fight like this, right in front of the checkpoint, we all know what that means.
Yeah, this is going to be first checkpoint here for Timeless, and you're going to have a pretty sizable advantage, right? You're going to have that sound barrier already. I mean, you see Nenwai, right?
This is tough for the Avidity.
Luke Amino's really
Have to play
gapping
perfect.
here. We'll see if you can get good value out of this for Timeless, and then same with Riker in comparison to Twal. So these fights going heavily in favor of Timeless, and it's just going to allow them to keep snowball.
You can see how punishing it can be to die first as Lucio. Something that should never happen. Being 50% behind in ult charge is so brutal. You're out of phase. It's like you don't always want to, you don't want to be out of phase with the enemy Lucio necessarily, because you want to be at a match beat in some of these fights. And have a later beat, right, and then sort of win out on that particular exchange. So
here's a tough fight as well, right? Because Timeless is going to back up because they want to play this like high ground and just kind of force Avidity to play from the low ground here, just kind of work their way through the choke, and it's hard because this is not really the fight that Avidity wants, but they can't just kind of sit here in a stalemate forever. It's going to be Chopper using the overclock.
I mean, they are still being forced to be reactive, Matt, more than actually start to set the tempo here, which is just terrible for them. Their comp wants to be going forward, it wants to be catching people out, and yeah, that downpour was just what the doctor ordered. Avidity now have a trove of ultimates, but let's see how many timers can tease out of them, because they haven't used either of their support ults. This is looking really ugly for
the downpour actually connects with Nidwai
7
through
minutes
the wall
left.
there, and it's like great combination there where Rocket's actually able to get around the corner, finish him off as well, right? So
make a perk, bro. It's killing me.
No. He's a perk denier. I've seen a few of these in my games.
Wipes in trouble there. Tries to disrupt the shot themselves. I respect it. But again, here's that double support ultimate in this fight for Avidity. Are they even going to win it? It's unclear. Orbit Array Sound Barrier. Lay it up here for Timeless, and why not? Wipey's out of the game. And the fight breaks down all across the map. Avidity just spanked out 3 ultimates and are not going to get value from them. They're going to lose 12s here almost certainly. And the fight as a result.
So the positive, I guess, for Avidity is they send the bot all the way back towards the middle of the map, because if not, it would be marching its way towards their spawn door. The bad part is we're almost halfway through this game. A push, only 2 meters on the board for Avidity, and then also now you're going to be fighting into this high ground yet again potentially. So the start of this game has actually pushed Avidity so far back. It's like. And we talk about it a lot, but sometimes it's hard to gauge. Like the start of these push rounds, like if you get off to a poor start, it could just ruin the entire map.
The momentum is so
I mean, it really snowballs
shifting.
Out of control. There's Squid. I was wondering when we'd see some of this dominance on Juno. It's NVM going for a blade and ultimately being shut down, and this is brutal stuff. It just doesn't look like Avidity have ever been able to stabilize on this map. I guess the silver lining, you probably pointed it out, Matt, in the previous fight, is that they did steal the bot away, but they're doing this every fight. They go into an engagement, they spend ultimates, they lose a player, they give up on the fight and just try and sneak the bot back across the map. This is not going to work in the long term. They're not advancing their win condition at all.
No, and you can get a downpour here in combination with Chopper's overclock, and Chopper shooting at some stationary targets. That's going to be pretty easy.
Oh, he can't get away! No slide! Okay, Tors at least is there with a bit of damage, but Scuffed does eventually fall. Wub will actually evade detection, detainment for the time being. Time's down to 4 here. They do have to respect what Tors can do. So they might have to call an audible on this fight. Yeah. Pull on out.
Yeah, they're going to back out probably to the high ground, right? Riker's going to be definitely back by time that fight kicks off here around this corner, right? He's going to have the close spawn. So
so all they lose there is an ult and they give up the bot. It's like very little, very efficient.
The overclock. They get Rocket. That's actually huge because he was going to have that blade very shortly.
What is the purpose of this orbital ray? It doesn't seem like Chopper trying to play good within it if he can. That's just tough. Here's a downpour now. Tors spending big on this fight. Riker at least able to find the one though. Scuffy is down. This should be Avidity being able to push back a little further. What do you think, by the way, about this minor perk for the Hazard? Tors taking the violent lead that gives you the 30% more damage to enemies above 250 health. Is he just trying to like get more damage on Riker?
Yeah, I mean it's good against tanks, right? Or anybody that can kind of expand their HP pool. I mean, what is the other option is like the jagged wall hits, charge the spike guard, which like doesn't really seem super niche. It seems to get way more value and control easier without thinking about it, just being able to use kind of the violent lead one.
Well, there's a lot going on in this fight, isn't it? Sound barrier orbital right here from Avidity. Blade spent by Rocket, blunted ultimately off the tough hide of his opponents. However, 12's not able to stand in this fight.
Edge low.
Deflect there, but never mind. They are so low. Just have to dash away and are removed. And Time's are happy to lock this game in chronostasis for the time being.
Yeah. It's really just been Timeless controlling the entire pace of the play, controlling this area with that high ground choke, and then Avidity just kind of rallying the bot, with a flanker back towards the middle of the map just to prevent Timeless from kind of running it in. We're also seeing in this map, Mitch, yet again in terms of the Sojourn setup, where Wub actually kind of goes for the extra energy, like in the overclock, and then Chopper goes with the extra bullets plus the stickiness of the disruptor shot yet again. So a little bit of a difference here between these Sojourns.
Okay, Riker with a downpour here. Still has to go throw up that spike, but yes, plenty of DPS they can follow up. And the fact that the enemy is rooted to the ground in fear like a deer in headlights.
That probably seals the deal.
Avidity get washed away again, and now they will be adding new meterage onto the total. Timeless as they are on this final stretch with 2 minutes 30 left in the game.
Avidity's real
times for
desperate now.
Only Wub's ultimate potentially to lean on, and Nenwai has gotten himself in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, he's on a bit of a flank, and Chopper's got an overclock, and the flank not coming in fast enough as the rest of his team. They're going to end up falling because that's going to be Squid using the orbital ray, pushing deeper into the Avidity spawn, as this is going to be a Timeless full map completion here.
That wasn't even close.
On Esperanza. I mean, a sick showing here from Timeless.
Yeah, beautifully done. There you have a Timeless here. We'll be taking us to a map 4 now with a 2-1 lead, and frankly, this map was not particularly close. I think it was like 19, 20 meters ultimately gained there, from Avidity. And I mentioned a couple times, but they never really felt like they were able to stabilize. And Matt, there was a fight where they had 4 or 5 ultimates. Timeless had both their support ultimates though, and they were still able to win that fight. I think that the ultimate economy in that map for Avidity especially was extremely poor.
Every fight that Avidity got basically outside of this start was them pushing into the high ground like choke. That's like one of the worst spots you possibly can. I mean, thinking about the way people play Esperanza, thinking about the way people play like a map like Coliseo, right? Where they kind of constantly get away from the bot to force people into high ground fights where, you have the high ground there on the low ground. Those seem like the only fights they were able to get there, Avidity, outside of the fights just, kind of just flooding out of their own spawn, right? So, really nice job from Timeless, obviously kind of controlling the space of the map, putting Avidity in really horrible spots just about every moment.
And importantly, Avidity get what they want with his map selection. They choose a map on which you can't really play Wrecking Ball. So they ban it once, they pick a hostile map to it, and they get like the Hazard Mirror, and they can't win it. Not a good sign at all, I think, sort of going forward. The map pool gets slimmer. Avidity, of course, do have another pick, but there's no guarantee. Well, I mean, again, if we go to a map 5, it won't be Avidity's map pick. I'll tell you that for free. So Those are concerning. So even after a good start in this series, that control map, since then, it's been a struggle. This KD is abysmal. Absolutely. It was one, it's cumulatively, one team fight there from Avidity. I think we saw it, right? The one team fight they actually managed to win, where they just spent a lot of the ultimates, laid the support ultimates, went with the blade, went with the downpour, the whole kit and caboodle. That was the only time they were really able to do something that, again, could telegraph any sort of strength from them.
Yeah, I mean, you try to match the hazard play there, and clearly doesn't work. We go on to Escort now, and where do you route Dorado, potentially Havana? Havana, I would be like a little bit scared of, right? Because you can play like ball with like those Zen comps, right? We've seen teams do that on Havana, and that actually seems to be pretty good in terms of how people are just kind of playing that map at the moment. So we'll see what they decide to run.
Yeah, we're going to go to a quick break, folks. When we return, our fourth map in this series. It's one, of course, in which the crew from Timeless are hoping to end this without stumbling in what could be a trap game, so don't go too far. This is your first NA game of the day. Timeless versus Avidity.
Tracer.
The Tracer recall.
Tracer's major perk.
Tracer.
All eyes on me.
The perk that jumped out at me at first was Tracer's major perk that restores her blinks when she recalls. I think she's already really hard to kill, but with the major perk, I think she can be even better.
For someone who does get recall forced a lot, I think the coolest part of being able to blink and then triple blink in, recall, and then have even more uptime after your blinks, it's something that's gonna be like so insane to play.
The flashback one where you restore all your blinks basically means that any good Tracer player should never die.
That's crazy. That's just ridiculous.
I've spent so many years trying to get back, like find a way to get the most value out of my 3 blinks, and now you're telling me I can press the E button and suddenly get them all back. The possibilities are just endless, man.
Tracer is still going to be super strong, especially Tracer having 6 blinks now. Imagine having to duel a good Tracer with their 6 blinks. It's not going to be fun.
God, that's a good point, isn't it? 6 blinks is a heck of a lot. Tell you what, we've seen that play out at some points, right? As Tracer was definitely hotly contested on that Suravasa map here. Havana, maybe an unsurprising pick. I love that they've combined this though with a Zen ban ability here, trying to shut that angle down.
Yeah, I was talking a little bit about it before the break, right? Where the Zen is really good with these ball comps here, potentially on Havana. It's a Widowmaker ban here for Timeless, so that'll take some of that
Get off the Weaver, bro.
Off the board.
No.
Also interesting with the Tracer as well. We saw Rocket go for like the pulse bomb radius a little bit earlier. The other one is a bit sneaky. It's like the health packs restore blinks, right? You kind of combo that with the recall, and you just like always have blinks available. It's a kind of wild what Tracer can do. Tracer always very strong. Perks make her stronger. It's like...
Yeah, pretty good. So let's see what we're gonna look at here from Timeless. They go with the okay. So I'm enjoying this Sigma look. Right, it's so funny how they've returned so many of these like release elements of heroes back to the game. Like many people may have forgotten that like you used to get longer stuns for longer accretion travel distance, right? I've seen players going for that, and also cooldown reduction on your accretion if you do this. Use kinetic grasp is kind of awesome. I'm really enjoying what you get from Sigma at the moment.
Yeah, and we'll see Ramatra on the other side. I think playing on live a ton the last few days, Ramatra seems like all the perks seem to be pretty good in some capacity. So. And we'll actually see an extended period of May here as well, right? We saw just like off the first point on Flashpoint, and then a swap from Avidity, but looks like here at least at the start we'll get a little bit of a stretch here out of May.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, Ramatra's perks allow him to be more poke, more brawl oriented. Like there's a very clear fork in decision making between those. Well, we're just enough to give the relative power of each of those directions. Rockets! Oh, buddy, that's not good. Bro, just got a spinal tap. Didn't even get to sign for that. That's brutal stuff. And Avidity, nicely done. A big burst of speed here. Gets him over the line for this first stage of the map.
I mean, Rocket, I'm surprised he even lasted that long. He just ate a railgun to the back of the head, and then finally, just kind of finished him off with some shots. That's a really fast point A take here for Avidity. And now Riker will go over to the Hazard, right? So you're constantly getting poked by that Ramatra, and the pressure that the May can put, like with a wall behind the Sigma, and then you kind of just run the Sigma down. So they'll actually go for a little bit more mobility here with the Hazard.
All right. Yeah,
understandable here with the height.
The middle of the room at least for Riker, but there's got to be a way forward. There's got to be a way to start pressuring this backline of Avidity. Riker did get some nano. Handed over now. What can this Hazard do? Blizzard is a bit scary, but of course that leap is going to get them out of the fray. Unfortunately though, it means there's no chance to make use of that. NY again, featuring on the kill feed. Time is completely shut down by the May ultimate. Can they use the Kitsune Rush to some effect? Bionade shrugged off by NVM, who just goes into Ice Block presumably. And the Avidity train is still rolling. Vortex going to be thrown down now, and Tulsa's going to play amongst it. This Wub looks for a big overclock ultimate use. And Avidity win their second fight in a row.
I mean, it was a sick play by Riker just to get out of the Blizzard. He's going to fall here towards the end, right? He put a Hazard wall down and then just kind of like leaped off of it as the Blizzard was coming through. But, dude, this is Avidity just taking it to Timeless here. An opportunity to get this second checkpoint already.
So they get outside, there's more space.
So much time available here for Avidity if they're able to get it here. Twelz gets here with a bio. Would not be surprised if he goes here with the Annihilation. He sees where the supports are located around the corner.
Yeah, thinking about it.
Oh, look, the rest of the team's just picking up picks though as players.
He doesn't even need it.
No, not anymore.
Timeless are they're struggling on this map. I mean, they made this Hazard comp look very, very good on Esperanza, but it's such a different context, such a different map. This is pure snowball.
Rolled right now.
And it doesn't show any signs of slowing down because Nenwai has a beat. There's an Annihilation, so you have two of the most important ultimates you need to conquer this awkward long.
They should be able to win this next team fight too. And then Timeless will have to play perfect for the rest of the map.
We'll see Twelz actually go for the Void Surge, right? So it's that like little burst of damage that comes out of Ramatra's primary fire, right? So yeah, you see it there, kind of like firing off like almost like a little shotgun spread out of the Ramatra primary. So adds a little bit of burst damage to the Ram. The other option is that longer shield.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, more output makes you better at poking, right? He was always a little bit neither here nor there. Ramattra was like, you know, decent in the brawl, decent in the poke. Now can sort of spec harder into those aspects of his
saves
game
the
either way,
soldier.
which I
It doesn't even
really
save
enjoy.
her for
Dropping
long.
there. Yeah, tried to go for an overclock moment. Didn't really work out. Rocket has to be the one to slow this down somehow. Then why at least falls. But Avidity already struck a mortal blow. They have taken out, of course, the Sojourn. A Bionade here is going to keep Twirls quiet for the time being, but Wub's position has to be cleared, and I think that was a big deflect of a railgun shot there by Rocket that sets up that kill. Okay, you're caught inside this downpour here, but I don't think Twirls minds too much. That Annihilation is still being held onto, and there's an orbital ray now to play around. NVM going to push up here. And Avidity have really spec very heavily into things that suit them at the long-range game, but Chopper's able to bring NVM down, coming back off respawn, and finally, Matt, Avidity is slowed down.
Yeah, NVM actually selects the where the May wall actually has it has a little bit longer to it, right? So being able to kind of have that May wall up a little bit longer, right? Run targets down, still holding on to this Annihilation. I feel like it's been for ages now. As Twirls has this Ramattra ultimate. We'll see if they're able to kind of maybe make a way up towards that high ground, like just kind of push players down. As Timeless needs a really good hold here, Mitch. I mean, 3 minutes is a ton of time still.
You might play Annihilation into Sound Barrier, because Timeless might use it to pile in on you, and you effectively cut the duration of that overshield down, right, by having like ticking damage in AoE. Nano give over to Rocket. Squid obviously doesn't need it that badly, but hey, you're not going to say no. Here's an Annihilation that used defensively by Twirls. Just says, oh, Rocket tries to get aggressive. Oh, yep, eventually he's going to have to fall. Scafty's down though, and Twirls gets a disruptor shot stuck to them, which is always annoying. What's the plan here for Riker? Able to get back to the castle, but only just. Now Wub has a rail of their own. It's a Sound Barrier in reserve for Timeless, and the May's caught out of position. NVM run down entirely. Chopper has the mobility to get out if they need to here, and Avidity actually committing a rail to this situation. Oh my goodness, Wub's been able to find Chopper. Another great deflect by Rocket midway through that Sojourn ultimate. Obviously, the deflect is more powerful as the rails get more powerful, and a blade for Rocket should seal the deal.
Yeah, the blade is good there for Rocket towards the end, right? So that'll be Twirls actually hit with a sleep here. They're going to wake up the tank. They're going to take him out, and that's going to just extend this even longer. The hold here for Timeless looking really good. As all they do lose Riker, the Riker pushes a little bit further up as NVM makes a switch over the Torb here. So using that Torb to take advantage potentially of the Hazard on the other side. I'm curious if we see a switch, but honestly, the Hazards work so good, and you have the downpour. I don't think you make a swap right now. I think you hold on to this for at least another fight.
I hope you're splitting your paycheck with Hugo, mate, because I tell you what,
this dog has been on one, man. I don't know what's going on in his little head.
Twirls in trouble there. That disruptor shot comes through and sticks. Riker with a double downpour catch. That ended up being the end of NVM and Twirls. As a Mega right behind him is scuffed, obviously has the crit damage on headshots.
Thomas is playing well now. Really putting the slow down on the Avidity push.
Coming up.
So we'll see. No, Riker's going to decide to stay, right? I was wondering, like, because we talk about how Hazard may not be great into the Torb. He'll stay on Hazard. It's obviously been really effective. I mean, what? This was like 4 minutes plus, right? Now we're down below a minute. A nice bio there actually hits 2, so that's the bounce there.
Big.
So sick. The bouncing nade, I mean, it gets you so much more coverage, especially at long range. That's filth. And that one is a whoa, buddy.
And even the double, like, nano, right? The nano on yourself. Like, just to be able to kind of stay up on that high ground, like, nobody's coming for you at that point, right? I mean you were...
Remember how Ana used to nano the brig when they got dived?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now they both get it. Makes him undivable. It's pretty disgusting. It's very, very good. If we ever get back to that Sombra dive, Sombra Winston stuff. Anyway, Avidity here trying to get the map done still, of course. Rocket got given a nano, but doesn't see the need to go for the blade here. I think, yeah, just getting Pulse decked. I think Avidity is stuffed.
Yeah, I mean, they've fallen apart here. I mean, a lightning fast point A take, a really good point B take, and then here towards the end, it is just all Timeless able to hold on. As it's going to be an it's going to be a blade here for Rocket, just kind of chasing targets down, and then just trying to find a spot that he'll be able to live from. As Rocket takes him out, that'll be where the payload stops. So good first 2 points of offense there for Avidity. Absolutely nothing there at the end.
Yeah, just not a whole lot going on. I do think, though, so much of this
to
map,
Annihilation
the
2
mileage on this map was gained from that snowball that Avidity were able to inflict upon Timeless. It just gave them, I would say, an ult economy lead for 2/3 of the map. until we got to this phase. And again, like, it's a more wide open expanse. This is the part of the map where, like, the Sojourn's impact can be felt, you know, much more. Ana gets a lot more equity as well. She's able to heal from a safer spot in theory and be more of a nuisance, especially, of course, if she has, you know, the bouncing Bardic Grenade perk, which is, you know, really hard to deal with. And again, like, you know, you can traverse this this open area relatively well, of course, as Hazard. So it works out. And unfortunately, like, for the Ramattra, it's just a little bit awkward. Like, you poke, in fairness, but it's pretty easy for the Sojourn to farm you in that kind of range. And your shield doesn't last for very long. You've not spec'd into, obviously, improving your shield uptime, which you rarely would anyway. So, yeah, it's tough.
We will see Avidity here on D. I think they'll probably try and play this potentially close, right? If you're going to play that Mei base setup, just kind of play as close as you can to the spawn door. That's probably where you're going to get the most value out of the Mei.
Have you seen much of, like, the deterrence and switching that Perks has caused, you feel like? Obviously, like...
I was a bit worried, actually, like, kind of at the start, right? But I think, though, if you kind of get, like, some of those deeper levels and then you kind of swap, you can actually get back pretty fast, where I don't think that's as impactful. I'll also say as well, on the Ramattra, I actually like the longer barrier. I think you can, like... the longer barrier, like, into the Nemesis form, like, with the healing of the Vortex, and then, like, back to a barrier, I think, like, it makes it really difficult to, like, dislodge.
Yeah, I don't think anyone ever shoots that barrier because they're used to just waiting it out, right? Yeah. Now you might be more incentivized to actually sort of not waste your time, but spend your time shooting at it, which is a little annoying, requires a bit of a paradigm shift in terms of playing against the Ramattra.
I think the major one is pretty clear on Ramattra. Like, you want the heal. Like, it's really difficult to hit the E and then, like, kind of, like, you know, connect on in midair and then hit it again, right? Where I think the healing of the Vortex obviously works out great. So look at this, dude. It's actually a video they wrap up to the high ground and then they just kind of, like, flood out behind Ninwai's speed boost. So looking to potentially take another fight here. This would give them, like, 3 fights on the point here, as they do lose a few players, right? They're gonna kind of stagger out here.
I mean, I've got to credit to Luke Mino, right, for keeping the wheels on the bus for as long as they did. Considering Squid was picked off in that initial trade, one for Squid, and that's one that you think generally favors actually Avidity in that situation. But Timus managed to keep their feet, and Tolls was obviously the last to fall in that engagement. So Blade coming up here, I think NVM has struggled. You know, has not been able to hang around too long in these fights. Still wants to stick to the Mei, of course, and there's every reason to go for that, but
they've just been kind of like you know, obviously a spawn hold, right? And then the next one they used speed and just ran out. It wasn't really like a thought out fight. So
Ambitious Blade.
Good connection there from Wub, though. Yeah, Twolls has made that space, but Chopper has a rail, and yeah, you can just find the Ramattra. Nenwai is being swatted at the moment, like Fly. Yeah, wow, that is so dismissive. It's like, oh yeah, His Majesty will be with you later. Just whip 180 and hit him with the bangarang. Right.
It's
well,
like, I'm gonna get healed through this, so you shoot
like
me. That's
useless.
Cute. I'm gonna just look at other targets for now.
Yeah. What you got there? Let me look at your perks. Okay, yeah, no, I'm just gonna be about my day. Thanks, mate. Brutal. Here's a Annihilation for Twolls. So Timus Avidity here, roughly even. I mean, the Blizzard I think is impactful. Timus have to be aware of it, but it's not available. I think when never NVM would have liked it, excuse me, is to shut down those blades or, you know, a full commitment off the back of them. So
there's
Timus can use to get a kill out of this fight. Avidity are holding onto theirs, and then managed to
not
pick
going to use the Annihilation, huh? Gonna wait it out.
For Avidity now. Yeah, they're really succeeding in this encounter.
No, this is great for Avidity. I mean, they desperately needed a fight win, and they get one where both support ults come out from Timeless. Avidity does a really nice job, Ninwai, being able to hold on to Sound Barrier, right? So it doesn't feel pressured to end up using that Sound Barrier. And Twol's actually using the Barrier perk, right? So this is what I was talking about. You can get the Barrier a little bit longer, cycle it with the Nemesis form, and then also have the Vortex to repair. It seems like a lot of the tanks got like some form of self-sustain, right? So feels like you have to take Ramatras. Also, by the way, you now lost your Sound Barrier. So all the positive things they did in the last fight, they may be a little bit screwed here.
That is a heartbreaker. I mean, I'm gonna put it out there. Ninwai's been huge in some of these fights, like just like really big, a very aggressive kind of Lucio, but sometimes we stray onto the FD god end of the spectrum.
You know, when you started talking about it, I was like, oh, it's like an AFD god.
Right.
But
I mean, you cannot be dying first at all as Lucio, I feel. You definitely cannot be dying first with Beat. You know, still have a chance to come back in. We are speeding in. So I think you still use your speed, and you're very favored here.
Yeah. I mean, you could even try and...
lost your good position
Oh, this is gonna be like a double buy-up from the side. Let's see.
No connection.
It's a blizzard here that gets thrown in. You're just trying to keep everybody up through this blizzard.
James Rocket does get frozen. He has Annihilation to work with here. Man, why? Definitely favored there. Nicely done. Squid gets rolled. Rocket also down. Rocket doesn't make use of the Annihilation. So time has been very conservative here. But they only get the Blizzard out of Avidity. I think like they're positioned aggressively up on that high ground and they are hoping to get more out of the defender. So real great composure for Avidity for just rationing the Blizzard into that fight and being able to win it relatively clean.
Well, Avidity also out of this ends up holding on to this beat for the blade that's going to come through, right? So you feel like that's all wins here for Avidity as they've drained a decent amount of time off of the clock. You think about Avidity's offense, right? They had no troubles on the first point.
Capitalize on that.
The second point, it was really towards the end that it all
It's
fell
surprising.
All right, Chopper does in fact to take the adhesive disrupt shot perk. NVM eventually gets taken down by it, excuse me. Nice bio there on the Twals, who's also slept. This requires the beat from Nenwai. So a player down, Avidity have to make use of their support ultimates about now to buy this time for Wub and Co. So far, not so bad, but Lumino dives on in and deals with Wub, and this Annihilation Maelstrom is pretty scary. It's like a Venn diagram of murder in 3D, folks. It's one that Timeless win out as those very hostile snow globes come crashing together.
And that's Avidity using absolutely everything there, Mitch. They end up using the Orbital Ray plus their Sound Barrier. Actually, they're going to come out here and fight this. So NVM is back on the Genji. They also have Twirls go over to Doom, so they want to contest this.
Or at least some of
the Sim as well.
Lucio beat. If they can pull the beat out, that would be huge.
A little bit out of the question.
He saves it.
On the high ground is going to be a little
that's
tricky,
smart.
though. They are slept, so beautifully connected on by Squid. Someone who's just been a real standout.
It would have been huge if they pulled out the beat there.
And here we are, last phase of the map at the fingertips of Timeless, and they don't even have to push across the bridge here.
No, but you do get it to 2 minutes, right? So you think about Timeless's defense, where Avidity had like almost like 4 minutes here, and they're able to hold them. 2 minutes, not a ton of time. The bad part for Avidity is they have absolutely nothing to work with.
Nothing to counter with.
Luke Amino's built up this Sound Barrier. They can get it quite aggressive behind, and then Rocket with another blade here. So, I mean, just a lot for Timeless to be able to use here to close this one out.
Genji low.
Okay, NVM dealt with. Blade now, of course.
Yeah,
No one's
that's
left
it
to challenge
right
the
there.
Genji. Oh, be careful, Scuffed. Eventually gets the Achilles cut. Rocket able to chase them down now, and there's nothing else that Avidity been able to find in this fight. This is pretty scary. That currently casting Pip is fantastic.
And they have beat for this too. So
I would
that's
love to
over.
be, at Hugo Bart. He can come over here for 4 minutes, gets faunted on the stream, then just goes back to bed. I mean,
Finally,
living the
so
life.
intellectual to, so they can match my level of acuity, man. I'm ready for this. NVM down again. Rocket's just dominating the Genji on Genji action.
Nice
Hey,
game.
Brutal, just running rampant through that back line, and Scuff can't even see his team. This is Timeless, folks, ending the series with quite the statement. As Avidity put some pressure on them early in the series, but eventually lose their grip.
A pretty competitive series though, from start to finish, I would say, outside of Esperanza. Rocket though just kind of tremendous in the damage dealing role. I mean, Rocket and Chopper really always play quite well for Timeless. I felt like though the Genji from Rocket today though was sick. I mean, definitely was a
That was
standout.
big.
Yeah, looked incredible. A lot of the time, in some difficult situations, because on this occasion, we have a lot of Squid from Timeless. They're able to make use of the Ana, and obviously a lot of nanos there for Rocket, but there have been situations where they're playing Lucio Juno still, and Rocket has to kind of do things the old-fashioned way, the hard way. Great series, I think, from him.
The old
Tough one.
way. Yeah, we got to see Trad Rocket on full display right there. It was beautiful. I like that we saw Avidity fight back though, because I think
Played well,
this
at least the
didn't quite
first
tell
round.
The whole story, as we always say, but it really didn't.
It's up there with the talent is there, honestly. It's
Yeah,
right
that's
up there.
like-
I won't be.
it's literally like
everything that matters. All
next
things
to-
that are nonsense.
The
And
final
they are all
evolution of the close
true.
series is the talent.
Luca, Bella, I'm sure you've noticed some changes.
Who are you talking to?
I'm just practicing for when I have to tell the dogs about the twins. You know, because
Be fine with spacious third row seat.
But the twins.
Can sleep peacefully thanks to the rear.
But done. Let's take the objective together.
Double
Огонь по готовности!
It's kind of fun. Although, I wish it was a different game mode. It's like you get the major perk online faster and actually be able to play with it. I yeeted that thing. One. God damn, dude. Where is my Symmetra? What video game is she playing? Get in the game, Sim. Get in the game.
I will create pathways to victory. Make sure you follow them.
Holy moly. What's Tank doing?
Find your strength. We are soon to need it.
Some people just know they can save.
One day we'll go on missions in Hawaii.
I have double sniper. Hanzo and then like a Ash or something.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A. Stand as one. And we enemy in sight.
Targeting hostile.
Just part of the scientific method.
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
I thank you.
Can someone move the payload with me?
Charge this. Coming through.
There's a lesson in every mistake.
Eyes on the target.
I see an enemy.
I'm on my way.
Get to the payload. I see an enemy. Don't do this.
Why is he not pinning the right side when I wall him off? Instead he goes all the way to the right. Ryan is just not, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. Which is just, you see the wall around there, Sigma, go for the Sigma. Pretty simple. It's pretty simple against Sigma. Dash 1. Shatter into a wall. Yep, May's still not fun. Still not fun. ammo increased by 15. Railgun's maximum energy is increased by 50 while overclock is active.
Mazda? Once you discover...
We're in this together. All of us.
Support your local bombardier!
I can't wait to see you all in action.
Stay close. I can't hear you if you stray.
That's the stuff.
One. Over there! Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
No darkness. I have eyes on a sniper. Not so fast. Breaking them down.
You cannot escape me.
Disrupting.
Watch here!
That feels much better. Area denial. Gonna need a new paint job after this.
He gets 3 retire? Wow.
This ends now. lookout. Area denial. Heroes never die. Have to defend the point. They're moving the payload. Shut it down. Disrupting. This ends now. Disrupting. Keep a lookout. Zax, are you?
Wrecking all of our cars on Carbon.
Keep it tight. These last moments are crucial. Disrupting.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
So fast.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Coming through. Might have to adjust my approach.
The enemy team has been vanquished.
Breaking them down. Stop the payload. Railgun charged. Pain is in. This ends now. I'll make it worth your while. neutralized. Enemy team eliminated. Solid work.
My trailer's up ahead. Oh, I can almost taste the megabucks.
Over here. Powered and ready to fire. Stop that payload. Area denied. Go inside. Need repairs. Over here. Hostile spotted. Enemy here. Victory is in sight. But don't get caught. I'm on fire.
That character's pretty stupid.
Ouchie.
Watch here. That's not good. We have to stop them.
Man, walk back out of there. Now, free to save tank. Yeah.
Just gonna Hail Mary, try Mercy.
Should use a true right there, Weaver. It's not in voice, so. They picked up. Nah, this game's over.
Well, at least it was quick. It happens. No, not yet. The regamers. Oh, we got this. It's fun.
Yeah. Cool. Little tank here. Take space like a cart. Spin one. Sim half. Play this corner. Very low. Very one. Back up if up early. Whoa. Sim half. Sim one.
Sorry, I couldn't save myself.
Brig on me. Brig one. I'm dead. Inside.
Oh
So do?
no, I was trying
You had so much time to move back up. Barbosa, need a touch.
Switch to Kirika. Okay, well, good game. I appreciate the effort. GG's, man.
GG.
Play of the game.
You might find purpose in a forest or off.
Another accurate prediction.
Alright, I'm gonna swap to Rivals and see how long I can play before my game crashes. My OBS crashes. So we'll be back.